So we're trying this out. Welcome back. It's shortly after 11:11, shortly after summer solstice event here on Earth, and thanks for joining us. We're going to be chilling out today. Sit back, relax, enjoy the vibes. We're going to give it a minute to allow the stream to catch up with the frequency, and while we do that, let's jam out. We have to realize, like, is it safe? Can I say what I want to say? And so, when everybody's talking, everybody's going, sometimes it's just nice to pull back. Thanks for allowing me the time and space to do that. Welcome to this time and space, this moment in space and time, for all you original 99.9. So yeah. Validate if I did everything right. You guys are the best. All right. So we just flying you all back home. Your arms are going to be tired, Rebecca. Yeah, I just pictured, like, the geese flying overhead. Be safe in your travels. Oh, my life is a wreck right now. It's an absolute train smash up. Well, not really. That's dramatic. But yeah, it's busy. It's busy. Okay, good. I think it was a microphone issue, so that's easy. That doesn't challenge my old brain too much. I trust you are all being safe and prosperous at this time. I hope so. I hope all is well. It's been such a crazy time. And by crazy, I mean, like, I feel like everybody, like, had to adapt in their own yet unified way. And that's why everything was so confusing. It was like the craziest social experiment of all time. And I think everybody passed, for the most part. I'm still working out some bugs. I got a music license, so we're going to be listening to some more music, which is great. Because right now, like, I'm running on sort of nominal levels of energy that I can contribute to doing this kind of stuff. So sort of the music will help take the load off, and we'll go into more of like a podcast format, but I'll still read cards. Hi, Mahalia. Welcome, everyone. Working on raising the energy. It did. For anybody, like, type in, let us know, like, did you guys feel like big spikes of energy while everything was kind of like at the rock bottom, like with both the pandemic and the civil unrest? Like, that's a double whammy. That's a double whammy. How are you guys, like, not how are you doing, but how are the real yous doing? You know, like, on the inside, what kind of, like, energies were you experiencing when you were tapping in? For me, they became too intense, and I had to withdraw, and just kind of, like, take the light ship, like, into a different sector and just go. That is weird for me too. Like, I went about like business as usual, like just as normal, but to see like everyone around me being so shook, you know, and that's okay. You can wear a mask forever, but don't die of pleurisy, which you might if you were to wear a mask all the time. Your risk of pleurisy would be like 100-fold. I don't know. Don't fact check me on that, but I just know it got really silly and really confusing for everybody. So to not have participated, as Rebecca says, is probably the right thing. I'm trying to shout out all this music, but I don't even know where it is on the list. Oh, there we go. That was a song, the one we just heard was a song by the Lighthouse. Hi, Timeless. Timeless, I don't know if I remember.
Are you ready, dear? Oh, we must be sure. There's no turning back once we're out the door. Leave your message here on the telephone, 'cause we've no idea when we're coming home. Any place we wander to, any season we go through, I'll be fine as long as I'm with you. Heaven knows, running round the world.
Hey, that's on me. There's like a microphone problem. Normally I'm not too close to it, and I think that is like, so, what do you guys want to talk about? Where do you want to take the conversation now that everything is kind of where it stands? Animals Health says he's felt drained for a while, secluded in nurturing nature. Oh, that's wonderful. That's the best place for people. I'll turn. Oh, there. Now it should be better. I hope. Yeah, I'm always hi, everybody. I have no idea where I've been. No idea.
It was a morning in June when I
Welcome,
heard
Mahalia.
that tune
Good to see
falling
you.
up to the beat of your heart, like a white rain sails from a startled trail. Our eyes met and then landed so well. Before you could speak, before you could weep, I held your hand in mine, like a shell on a beach, waiting for your reach, falling up to the mountain to climb. You came reassuring, Mother Nature's procuring, there's no need for doubt in this life. You came reassuring, Mother Nature's procuring, there's no need for doubt in his mind. And our eyes align like the sun through the pines, in a silent space, in a cup full of time. In these orderly ways, in this disorderly life, I let go of my hand in the jar.
Sorry, I'm only half paying attention right now.
In the middle of June,
I have my brain is over here somewhere. Come in though, have a good
I've
chat.
seen it before, and I've ever been told
Char.
can
Look at
touch
you.
this feeling inside. You came reassuring, Mother Nature's procuring, there's no need for doubt in his mind. You came reassuring, Mother Nature's procuring, there's no need for doubt in his mind. And our eyes align like the sun through the pines, in a
There we
silent
go.
space.
That's what I wanted to say.
Full of time.
Alright, I'm almost back.
In these
Almost back.
orderly ways, in this disorderly life, I let go of my hand.
I don't know what I'm doing, Char. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just putting this up and putting this out just as a way to say, like, I feel like I'm first on. I made it first base. Like, the start of this year was just so incredible, and I didn't know, like, how. I guess I'm saying I didn't know how to, like. I couldn't be divided in this, so it's gonna have to kind of take on a bit of a new form, I think, just because like everything has evolved a little bit, and it's still, I want it to be like an open medium, an open frequency, but I'll still do cards if people have questions. Thanks, Timeless. I got a music license, so we can play some music. You guys can, like, whenever it's on, you guys can just like come in and chat. I got all kinds. I like downloaded a whole bunch of songs for us. So that's good. It's kind of been interesting to get back into it. It was quite a long hiatus. Not as long as the one I took before, but I don't know. I just feel like sometimes when everybody's talking, it's like good to just kind of like not be silent, but to step back and listen and observe and learn. All that. Alright. So if there's no other questions, we can let the music play, but if anybody has questions, you guys can let me know. I don't care what kind of questions. I honestly am not coming in with too much like profound new like things that I wanted to say after like meditations. My meditations have been more like not selfish, but they have been like, I don't know, more focused around like my sphere, my circle, right? Like kind of like super ego. Hi Edith, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, you were right, Shar. YouTube has changed, and amidst like a lot of the cancel culture and censorship that you guys are facing, like especially in the U.S., that's what's going on. Shar, is there's a lot of issues with censorship and cancel culture. So, you know, venues like this or channels such as this, like For Your Animal's Health has said, music is very healing. Right? Yeah, there's certain things like you couldn't even say, like, I'm well, Edith. How about an update? How are you doing? How are you feeling and healing? And not you, the real you, like inside. How we've been asking everybody, like, how are they doing with their energies, and how are their energies presenting in a way that you like are noticing them. Yeah, definitely change is good. Rapid change is fast, though. It's hard when it's like the demand for it is so fast. Like, and with all due respect, like the millennial generation is living in the hyper now. It's like we always talk about living in the now. Well, our kids got it, you know, and unfortunately in the wrong environment, being in the hyper now too fast, too soon, can lead to some like serious activity and issues. Oh, Flowing Age, welcome. It's good to have you here. It's good to have you. All right. Let me see if what else we got here. Oh, that's good. Hi, Run. Welcome. Well, yeah, do what you got to do. And hopefully with the new format, like, we can leave this up. And, like, if you guys just want to pop in and I'm here and awake, I'll say hi. But we still got some more work to do. There's still a long way to go. Going through transformation as well. All good. That's excellent. That's excellent. Well, happy Solstice. Happy Father's Day. It actually is my dad's day. My dad's birthday. He's on the other side of the veil. He's doing whatever he wants to do without limitations. Oh, for sure. Transformation, changing things up. You guys find how like the changes in the energy correlate with the changes in your environment? And it's just like that. And the environment becomes like, as long as you have like positive energy change, your environment like promotes your prosperity and your journey. I'm glad like we're getting through that. I think that was, you know, in the unseen side of things, that was a big one for all of us. Like I said, we all did it so uniquely, but we did it together. It was so confusing, especially for me, because I just bumble through life. At the best of times, I'm more into like, you know, not just into my head, but into the philosophies, into spirit, into connecting with frequencies that don't always they don't always help when you're doing the 9-to-5 grind. Yes, Mahalia. And how are things where you're at? Honestly, Mahalia, like I was talking about my old brain, I don't remember. I think, aren't you from like Northern Europe? And forgive me if I'm mistaken. I know Shar is from across the pond. And then funny, because you want to talk about numerology and all this. The kids born in 2002 had the weird graduation in 2020, and then we've got 2022 coming up just a couple years from now. That'll be interesting. How the numbers are rolling through. Like I used to notice all the what do they call them? I can't think of it now. Oh, the palindrome numbers. Like the amount that we went through not too long ago. Like it started with 1991, and then we had 2002. It's weird how there's like these, 12, 13, 18 year gaps, and it's just kind of like a small reset button is hit. It was so cool how everybody got back to a certain level of traditional values through all of this. I think that's where the silent majority is hiding out. They're at home bitching about the government, but like still in love with each other. It's very good. Yeah, after a stage of a journey. That's right. We all finished level 1, and like the boss monster was so tough, and we defeated him, and then we all just had to go for cheesecake and a bathroom break. Right? Yeah, I love that, Flowing Age. That's well stated, well said. And if we do go to the and as I can dedicate more time to it, I'm still in a transformation state as far as my career goes right now as well, and it's been challenging, which is great, but it leaves me a little bit tired, but it's been challenging, which is great. But should we be able to get some more time dedicated back to the 99.9, I would definitely love to invite voices onto the program, your guys' voices, like one-on-one conversations. For those of you that definitely like have a lot to share or want or wish to share a lot. I know not everybody does. That's right, Bulgaria. I don't know. My rhyming mind, I was like, instantly I wanted to come up with a word that rhymes with Bulgarian. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. And I think the way we just do that is like through a Google Meet, maybe. Just Google Meet, and then we'll put the sound through the streaming software, and we can just kind of vibe with the chat. Yeah, all these artists, all this music. A headset, so then that way the volume's better. Yeah, Rebecca, I'd have you on the show. I could even we could go and watch some of your old videos with everybody. They still pop up on my recommended feed, and I check them out. They're awesome. So this music is a collection here. Let me just go back and read through this for you. Just gonna find the right thing. So right now we're listening to a song called "If I Were King" by Lowlight. Before that, we heard "Promised Land" by a band or person called Skygaze. Before that. Unless this is on I don't think it's on random, but it might be. And this song is called "Heaven Knows" by a band called The Hunts. 9.9, pumping the waters to your cottage. Like a subconscious desire to maybe being a DJ was my true calling in life. This is like 20 years later trying to get out the door. Because I made some bad and I wanted to talk about that too. Like for anybody that might have had to suffer like unnecessarily hard because of everything that's gone down. Like if you lost a business or a loved one, it's important to remember the synchronicity of everything that we're flowing through. We're not just going through it, like we are flowing through it. So as to be unaffected and not have to like deal with those levels of suffering, I guess you could say, and especially when they come in from like, you know, and many of you are above that, which is nice, but it pains me and it depresses me to see what's actually happening kind of in the mainstream and with people who absolutely have a different version of reality than me. Then there's no gray area. That's like period. It's like they're experiencing reality completely different than me, yet to coexist, right? Still quiet compared to the music of Becca. I'm kind of in full mechanic mode here too. Okay, we'll try this. There's that. Maybe that's better. There. Kind of in mechanic mode. I'm not a very good DJ, but what I'm gonna try is I'll try and like you guys can enjoy the music, and then maybe I can be quick on the button, and then we can chat for a little while, and then listen to more music. That'd be cool. But yeah, do it in synchronicity. Everything, as much as you can. Anytime your eyes, your ears, and even your sense of touch are all together on the exact same thing at the same time and you're aware of it, that's where you want to be. Welcome, Ange.
Was a morning in June when I heard that tune falling up.
This little ditty is a song called Hand in the Jar by Rodello's Machine. You can find these artists. I've found them on Artlist. They're decent. And, I downloaded all kinds of songs. So welcome back. It's so nice to be back on the air. Welcome to Ange. Thanks for joining us today. We're gonna give a listen here to Hand in the Jar.
Speak before you could weep, I held your hand in mine like a shell on a beach, waiting for your reach, falling up to the mountain to climb. You came reassuring, Mother Nature's procuring, there's no need for doubt in this life. You came reassuring, Mother Nature's procuring. There's no need for doubt in his mind. And our eyes align like the sun through the pines in a silent space, in a cup full of time. In these orderly ways, in this disorderly life, I let go of my hand in the jar. For the great moon in the middle of June, falling up to the pole of the tide. Though I've seen it before, and I've ever been told, can touch this feeling inside. You came reassuring, Mother Nature's procuring. There's no need for doubt in his mind. You came reassuring, Mother Nature's procuring. There's no need for doubt in his mind. And our eyes align like the sun through the pines, in a silent space, in a cup full of time. In these orderly ways, in this disorderly life, I let go of my hand in the jar. And our eyes align like the sun through the pines, in a silent space, in a cup full of time. In these orderly ways, in this disorderly life, I let go of my hand in the jar. I let go of my hand in the jar. I let go of my hand in the jar.
That was a great song, Hand in the Jar by Rodello's Machine. And it's funny because I think the last time we went live, I can't remember if it was back in December or January. It was cold. All I remember. We talked about like how, you know, you put your hand in the trap, or the monkey puts its hand in the trap for the banana, and then when it makes a fist, it can't get his hand back out of the container or the jar. And so it's a metaphor for letting go in order to be free. You may not get what you want at the moment, but letting go of it gives you that freedom. So I think that's really cool. So that was Hand in the Jar by Rodello's Machine. Sometimes I forget I'm up in the corner, so forgive me if I'm just like all gapped out and zoned out and everything. And Charlie's Angels Tarot said, just a suggestion, but if you like the Addams Family, then have a look at the Shadowlands deck. It is a tarot deck that made her giggle. She loved the serious side and the humoristic side of the deck. Cool. It'd be worth a look. Again, that's the Shadowlands tarot deck. And it's good to have Charlie's Angels Tarot here with us today. Go check her out if you've never been there. It's 99.9, and we're going to just let the good vibes play this morning, just to like allow the stream to catch up with the frequency, and the frequency to catch up with the vibration, and the vibration to catch up with the light, and the light to catch up back to the beginning where it all began, and we'll be waiting for it there. This is I Wish by Ziv Morin on the 99.9. You got tarot questions? You just have questions? You want to inspire some conversation? Please type in the chat, and yeah, let's enjoy this day together. You got it, Timeless. Thank you for asking. Paula. Thanks, Paula. timeless readings. All right, Paula, we are back, and I'm going to draw 3 cards, okay? They're going to be about love. They're going to be for you, and they're going to also be for Scorpio. So, Paula, one thing I think going on for Scorpio right now is like a hot and cold vibe. It's like you ever been in the shower, and you try and turn the shower up a little bit. And it's like, it's too hot. It's too hot. It's hot in the hot tub. And then you turn it down a little bit, and you're like, ooh, that's cold. That's cold. You know, that's kind of like the Scorpio vibe through all of this. Like right now in 2020, it's really about searching for comfort, and it's about comfortable environments. So when it comes to love and relationship for Scorpio, we'll get into specific tarot for you in a second, Paula. But when it comes to Scorpio, it's kind of about finding that temperate, like even temperance, you could say. But I want to say like the ideal temperature in the environment, you know, just even the nature of the Scorpion. It's like there's a search for comfort that's coming along with the intention for relationships and romance right now. That's like kind of the other underlying theme. So if like it would be beneficial if you can establish comfort or be in a comfortable place throughout whatever you're going through in the relationship. If it's getting too hot or if it's getting too cold, what I would say to you would be like withdraw on a level or in a way that is like more beneficial for you, okay, as Scorpio. Don't try and be like reactive, like wait and see, react, wait and see, react. You kind of set the mood, you kind of set the tone, you kind of set the vibe. And then, like we mentioned earlier, if your energy's right in the relationship, Paula, then the environment and even the person will sort of vibe and jive closer to you, whoever your person may be. And if there's you said you were single, and if that person's to attract, they will vibe closer to you. It's kind of like if you've ever been in traffic and you kind of set the cruise control, or you got a little room and you set the speed. It'd be interesting as you go down like a divided highway, people will start going the same speed as you. And I kind of mean this when it comes to like setting your vibe in the comfort. This is like a you first vibe, right? And then that sort of lighting the way or promoting the way. But stay proactive if it's important to you. As always, I would never tell you not to be proactive in it. Okay. You got a reversal on the King of Cups. Okay, I shuffled the deck and cut it. I promise you. So this speaks to what I just mentioned about Scorpio itself. It might not even actually be the right time to be starting new things for you in Scorpio, especially if you have like multiple planets there. This is you first time. This is about establishing, and you might be very established, Paula, in everything that you do. Yeah. Here it is. This is the Hermit. Now, this love and relationship reading, these are pretty heavy cards for you. And you don't have to go in and figure anything out or do anything weird. What I mean to say by this reading is like establish yourself in true comfort of your daily routines, your sanctuary, everything. And just let it feel comfortable so that you're not always go, go, go. You're just like flow. Okay, and with the relationship and the person in the back of your mind, okay, this could be about a situation of two people coming together because of past disappointment and past hurt. Because Scorpio will not only empathize and be able to relate with that, it can become like a pillar or a stronghold of a relationship. Not that you're always on about your ex, but the fact that when it does arrive and when it does feel so good, you guys are going to be able to talk about how all of the past relationships you would actually even be thankful for, no matter how bad or ugly they were, because you met that person. And that's kind of like a silver lining in a darker Five of Cup card, and also a bit of a darker reading for Scorpio because of those energies as well. And that's okay. Scorpio is comfortable in that darkness a lot of times, and we never use that word as if it's a bad thing around here, right? So it's like, yeah, definitely that balance. But this time, and you'll notice, it'll probably likely with this change of season or whatever, just make yourself comfortable this summer, Paula, for the most part. And then when things do start to become a little bit more active and you know, society in general is becoming less shook and starting to come out of their fear patterns, then we'd be able to look at blossoming relationships and love again. We really got stymied by an army of lizards, and sort of the light ships had to retreat, and we had to like watch everything play out in 2020. But I mean, it'll be back again. It will be great again. Don't worry. You can feel it in your heart chakra, right? You can feel that protection from the virus. You're like, look, virus, I was here first. You know, you can feel sort of the recent swings and shifts in energy, and as those things come out, so will the hypocrisy and the stupidity of the mainstream will all work itself out eventually. So that's really cool. So I appreciate you, Paul. I appreciate you for asking the question. Hopefully I was able to give you a little bit of sound with that, which is good. So with that, we're going to play a song called Echo by Divine Attraction. Sit back, relax, enjoy. This one's for you, Paula. Timeless, thanks for the question. Divine Attraction, again, a little song called Echo. You're on 99.9. Good vibes all the time.
Even when the heart gets going, even when I've lost all control, I know that you're calling me to you.
Hi, Saruchi.
It doesn't matter where I've been. This love isn't based on what I've done. Jesus, let your love take over me. Till the life runs out, I will sing with all of my heart. Still your praise I'll shout from the morning out to nightfall. I'm joining closer. You make me laugh, you make me laugh. I'm joining closer to you. Despite all my best intentions, I always seem to come up short. But I cannot escape your grace, oh God. Because of your relentless pursuit, I owe everything I am to you. Forever I'll sing, forever I'll sing. Till the light runs out, I will sing with all of my heart. Still your praise I'll shout from the morning out through nightfall. I'm joining closer. You make me laugh, you make me laugh. I'm joining closer to you. Till the light runs out, I will sing with all of my
right. That was a little band called Echo. A song called Echo by Divine Attraction. Hey, Small Wildflowers, thanks so much for super chatting to the channel. The music, we got a license to play some music for all of us, so thanks for helping contribute towards that and towards the reading. As I said, you guys, any questions at all, we are just an open forum right now. We're going into full open transmissions. Appreciate that reading for Paula. Thank you, Tarot. Thank you, everybody, for jiving. It's kind of fun to tap into these energies again too. I get excited all the time. Like really excited. Alright, so we're gonna go to a little song called Push Me Out. Oops. I have no idea what's going on. Hitting wrong buttons. We're still trying to get better at this. So thanks for your patience. Saruchi, tell us, check in with us, Saruchi. Well, we've asked how everybody's been doing, and not like how you've been doing, but how's the real you've been doing. Let's see. Yeah, let's try some of this. No, you know what? I didn't even have the whole name of the song. I think it's like Push Me Out to Sea. Totally had just like a complete brain meltdown there. It's kind of neat. I don't know if you guys like the folky vibe, or we could definitely play some stuff that's like a little bit more upbeat, less vocal. This is a song called The Path by Oliver Michael. 99.9. It's fun to good vibe with you all the time. My goodness. My goodness. Thank you, Rebecca. Have a beautiful day, Shar. Have a beautiful day. It's the Two of Cups. Were you cooking, Saruchi? Were you? Is the kitchen a major transformation? I'm glad. A lot of people have spoke about transformation for the first half of this year. Happy summer solstice, everyone. Oh, I love that. Is that a new moon in Cancer? Oh my goodness. You know, I don't have my almanac guide with me. I kind of like tried to stop knowing to try more and feel what was going on and then guess, but I wasn't very good at it. So I'm going to have to go and pick up another almanac guide so we can stay tuned with the cosmic news. This, what we're listening to now, is a song called Chicago by Distill Musique. And you're right, it is Father's Day too. Shout out to all the fathers out there. That was Chicago by Distill Music on 99.9. We're going to take a short break. We're going to hear from our sponsors. To the good people out of the Real Thank You Water, we thank you for being thankful. All right. Your water is life. We got a solar eclipse. We got a new moon in Cancer. We've got a lot going on. But we're still just kind of like, is everything all right? Is it safe to go outside and play? Absolutely. All right, we'll be back in just a moment or two. Please enjoy. Don't forget to smile. This is just some fun that I wanted to have with you guys.
The wait is over. It's finally here. Friday night chili bowling at Andy's Bowling Alley. Every Friday night, anyone who buys at least 2 games of bowling gets a free bowl of chili. So don't wait. Book a lane now. Due to recent incidents, the chili will only be distributed at the end of your visit. That way you can enjoy it wherever you want, in a park, at home, or on a construction site. In the meantime, you'll have all the fun that bowling can provide. So come on back and be reminded that you're not actually that good at bowling. Andy's Bowling Alley.
Bring the whole family to At the Old Grain Mill, old-fashioned family restaurant. At the Old Grain Mill always has the best service and the best home-style meals in town. We'll make sure you always leave At the Old Grain Mill with a smile and a full belly. Now, be sure that you come down to At the Old Grain Mill old-fashioned family restaurant and not the abandoned grain facility at the edge of town. It's not safe for visitors and poses serious risks to anyone who dares enter that old mill, which was forced to close down years ago. We ordered our sign and uniforms before we learned of the existence of that dangerous old flour mill, so we are not responsible for what happened there on that awful night. We just want to focus on making great meals every night at the Old Grain Mill, old-fashioned family restaurant. At the Old Grain Mill, from our family to yours.
All right, and we're back. We're going to jump right back into a little bit more music here. The song coming up that you're about to hear is called, I believe I Believe, by Cloud Formation. Letting the clouds formulate. Shoutouts to the hear cut. I get it. I see what you did there, because now I can hear better. Because I want to use that one with your permission, of course. Big warm welcome to Jan Wallace as well. So nice to have you here, Jan. We are just vibing out, but at any time, questions, the question form, just throw anything out there you guys want. We just heard from a band called Cloud Formation with the song I Believe. We got a two for two because we've got Cloud Formation again with another song called Looking In here on 99.9. Good vibes all of the time. Welcome, Miss Rosie37. Thanks for noticing. And yeah, I loved it too. That's why I had to put it on there. It was like Milky Way meets Andromeda. They're different, they're the same, they're united in a common love. We should think of names for them. Also, Saruji still hasn't told us what she's cooking, and we really want to know. Shout out to lentils, chicken, and mushrooms. And to Patanic. Some potatoes, mint, Bulgarian white cheese. Can you order that online? It's 99.9. Dream sharing is our current vibe. That's what it says. But for right now, if anyone could use this next song to go ahead and type in your sign. I'm curious about what energies we should tap into next. So feel free to type in your sign. If there's anything that's got you curious, got you happy today. The sun is high in the northern sky. And sticking with the current vibe, we got a song called Looking In. And again, with the cloud formations. So nice of you to all join us. Welcome, D. Hey, D, check out this jam. D was the trigger. That was the Instagram message that got me like, yeah, it is time. Big Warm 99.9, welcome to Midnight Star, to D Lovely, to everybody who's taken a little bit of time to turn us on. We're listening to a band called Cloud Formation. This song is called Looking In. Count on Cancer, hey? To be that bit of light at the end of the tunnel. This crazy, crazy year. All things in synchronicity, flippers and jumpers and poppers. Here's to being at the park with your kids. What a beautiful place to be. I get to go out for dinner tonight with my little loved ones. We're now going to hear a song called Hummingbirds by James Forrest. And again, Sagittarius coming up. If anyone has any questions, if anybody wants to talk about anything at all, throw it up in the chat and we'll have a look.
She's waiting for the hummingbirds to fly by, sitting peacefully in the morning light, asking nothing in return. She's waiting for the hummingbirds to fly by with the most beautiful smile. With the most beautiful smile. When I'm around her, I feel safe. There's a magic river flowing in her gaze. She gives me real love all the time. She gives me real love, it's all that matters now. She gives me real love. She's waiting for the hummingbirds to fly by. Poisoning thoughts, let them go now. Follow the music. Forget about those people try to bring you down. Just follow the music. Poisoning thoughts, let them go now. Follow the music. Forget about those people trying to bring you down. Just follow the music. Follow the music. She's waiting for the hummingbirds to fly by, sitting peacefully at moonlight, asking nothing in return. She's waiting for the hummingbirds to fly by. With such a beautiful smile. She gives me real love all the time. 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 She gives me real love all the time.
All right, big warm 99.9. Welcome to Christina L. Thanks for joining us, Christina. Thanks for coming back. It's so nice to reunite with everybody that's come in. We're about to flip some cards for Cancer. And while I was shuffling, or not Cancer, for Sagittarius, but the Cancer energies are, yeah, like you guys know it. But when I was shuffling for Sagittarius, like every card just wanted to jump out. It's like the feeling I had was like I could read the whole deck for Sagittarius and it probably still wouldn't be everything. You know, it's that feeling of everything. And Rebecca, like, you might be experiencing it almost like in that portion of your motherly, like, instincts, patterns, rationales that you haven't tapped into for a long time. And they're subtle and they're nice. They're pleasant energies. But they may be ones that, you know, it has that feeling of like, I'm going to surround, I'm going to encompass, I'm going to, you know, it is everything, it means everything, and therefore I'm going to mirror that energy to be everything, and that's okay. It's a beautiful energy, and the cosmos, like you guys are talking about, are supportive to that, so that's really good. All right, let's just put out a few cards here for Sagittarius. And Sagittarius has drawn a reversal on a 10 of Pentacles. So again, everything, the Hermit is up here again, along with the Princess of Swords. So for Sagittarius, the feeling I get on this one here is like, we've been talking about these new cycles, and it presents as a balanced energy. Somebody, I think D said she'd been seeing 010 or 101010 a lot, on the ones and twos, the zeros and ones. This is okay. It does. It means endings, and like this card here packs the biggest punch. So Sagittarius might be feeling some of these larger transformations as like big beginnings and big endings. It's almost like when you draw a circle on a piece of paper. It's the point where it connects, where the pen is finally done and it's connected back to where the pen started again, and it's like click, now it's done, now it's over, and it was everything, but now everything as well opens up for you. As far as how open Sagittarius is going to be, I have a feeling like we pulled the same card for Scorpio, that this is collective energy. The Hermit right now is collective energy because of the situation of the environment. So as we begin to change our energies from within, and our environment begins to mirror our inner work and the true you, the true Sagittarian, this is when the environment will become more dynamic. But for a time, the dynamic environment of experience for Sagittarius, it might feel like everything's whizzing by really quickly, but you've got like that superhero ability where it's like time even slows down a little bit for Sagittarius, even in a super dynamic environment. Okay, right? And you won't have time for outside influence, Sagittarius. There won't be time for it. It's like, I always kind of be like, you have a friend that's like, hey, you need to meet Paul. And I'm like, no, I don't really want to meet Paul. I already have lots of friends, but, you know, just because you're a friend, you know, I'll go and meet Paul. But it's like, outside information, whether it's mainstream or whether it's from, you know, some unvalidated source, Sagittarius is not going to be open to chasing down rabbit holes or to be carrying off on subjects that may have once, you know, captivated them, and they allowed themselves to go down that road for a certain amount of time because it's fun. Sagittarius is not going to deny themselves of the fun that life has to offer. But right now it's like more of a focused energy in this completion time, and like time slowing down a little bit so that the completed cycle can be realized, and therefore like firm foundations needed once again, right? Because even though that's positive, it's still in a reverse position where I feel like it'll be like seeking out or focused not narrowly for some Sagittarians maybe, but focused on those new foundations, on those establishments. So that's really cool for Sagittarius. Always a part of our cosmic family, and lots of love out to Sagittarius. And yeah, I just encourage you all to share your dreams in the chat, share your ideas, ask me questions, type in your signs so we know what we're getting into next. All right. And here we have a little band called Guest of Rapture. And it's funny, the title of the song is Everything. 99.9, good vibes all the time. If you don't like the music now, wait 5 minutes, it'll change. And that was Everything by Guest of Rapture. And speaking of amazing guests, it's CE Electricity, Crafty Energies Energy. Welcome, Big Warm 99.9 to Crafty Energies. Thanks everybody for joining us. Thanks for engaging in the chat. And thanks for being here. I think we had a shout out for Virgo from D Lovely. So we're going to go ahead and get that rolling. And again, with Guest of Rapture, we got another one coming up called Your Quiet Revolution. The forum, the chat is open. So ask questions, state your ideas, post your dreams, enjoy your day. Happy Solstice, everybody. I don't care if it's belated. The sun is high in the northern sky, and we're pumping the wattage to your cottage. Virgo is next. Translucent, transparent. Might be a good time to get a window in on Virgo. Get some insight into Virgo. All right, and we're back, and we're going to take time to pull a few cards for a sign of Virgo, and then to everyone that's joined us and been jiving with us today, we'll have an opportunity for our goddess reading. So stay tuned and be ready to type in whether or not you want one after we get to Virgo, and in just a few more minutes. As always, it's 11:11 in the morning and in the afternoon here at 99.9. Let's get some cards out for a sign of Virgo. All right, talked about that transparency. We pulled 13 major arcana, the death card for a sign of Virgo, which is kind of a unique energy for them, a sign that is representative and reflective of life itself on Earth. To have this distant pole be revealed at this time, it's as if Virgo is going to be given or already has clear insight into maybe the ongoings. Maybe many Virgos are waking up to certain levels of mainstream hypocrisy. It could be, well, we know collectively we're going through like the slow metamorphosis train to big shift energy. So that could be reflective of that for Virgo as well. A renewal phase, but again, it's going to be like Virgos, you're going to see the true sense of them through the next little while. And also, they are going to be very keen and very aware on the subtle energies that surround the people around them and the people that they meet. Their spidey senses are on high, as it were, just being, ultra sensitive or ultra aware, I guess I want to say, of energy shifts. And because Virgos are super analytical, they're going to try and make sense of everything. So there could be a sense of like kind of a tiredness to a Virgo friend. You might even be feeling it. But the analytical side is like making sense of everything that's going on. So a reminder to Virgo, if you're struggling about making sense of the future, just forget about it. Just forget about it. Just flow with what is flowing, and just kind of come to that point of acceptance, and don't spend time in those places, because the hypersensitivity to the now and the energies around you, that's where your attention and acknowledgement of it can help you like kind of move back into a more comfortable space if you're feeling like disrupted through everything or whatever it might be. Because look at, we've got the reversal on the Justice card. And I mean, I feel as though Virgos are, very either, I don't want to say swept up, because that kind of like demeans it a little bit, but Virgos are very, through that awareness, they can become attached to the ongoings of just like the planet and the community and the environment. And so, they're based in what's good for the goose is what's good for the gander, or the rule of gold, do unto me as you would expect me to do unto you. And like those heavy attachments, because they're governing themselves very accordingly to what's going on here. But there could be like, it's almost as if saying like, don't become too invested, because it's important to remember that is of the mind, and it needs to be, the foundation now needs to be in feeling and imagination. Look at that, as 6 of Cups. This is a very positive card. So you'll be coming through that. The awareness made for Virgo, all of this, if you're feeling any bumps in the road, Virgo, or stumbling blocks, I feel for many of you that could be like a call for you to be more in touch with imagination and feeling, like not just like emotional feeling, but like use that ultra awareness to the mental constructs of the environment of the world, and take them and supplement them in for like how the real Virgo is feeling in the situation. And I don't see like, this doesn't really affect the mundane so much, but this is for like even a broadening or a furthering or a deepening of spiritual expression, one that takes away from the consumption of the mind and the senses, and is more about the feeling and the expression of imagination. Okay, so with that, we've got some Virgo going on. That was interesting for them. Some heavy cards: Death, Justice, and a Six of Cups. Don't worry, Six of Cups is nice there. It's going to be all right, but this can be a tough time for some of our Virgo friends. All right, another reading, 99.9. We're going to listen to a little song called By My Side by Solstice. All of these amazing songwriters and artists you hear today are, you can find them on Artlist. I wanted to just bring some more comfortable content for both you and me. I talk too much. You listen too much. Just vibe out. Enjoy the day. These oracle readings are going to be direct readings from the guide. And Ange, yours is up first. Shout out to card collections everywhere. Good stuff, Rebecca. Absolutely midnight. We can pick up on Aries here in just a few minutes. Alright, Ange, we've got your card. And she matches the cosmos beautifully. There she is, Ange. Just take a minute. Breathe deep. Get yourself in a comfortable place to receive the message. This is Lizzie, the goddess. I wanted to say guardian, so it's probably right. Guardian of revelation. Goddess of revelation. Lizzie. Hopefully I'm saying that right. She's a number 28. Okay. Which is a zero. Which is a zero number. Love that number. Makes sense with the circle and the revelation. And the Cancer energies around you. I'll just consult the guide. And your message will be here shortly. There are moments when synchronicity brings all the elements together for a flash of insight to rise up in you into a glorious epiphany. Whatever was not clear becomes crystalline in an instant. It's as if you know you are to simultaneously perceive every facet in a diamond. Okay, the synchronicity flow, that's what that's about. Talking about it, the good, the bad, the ugly. It all works for the journey. You know without a doubt that you're on the right track as deep understanding sinks into your soul. In this moment, change and transformation takes place, and a transcendent moment is offered to you as an extraordinary gift. It's quick, it's instant. She gives you this as a result of your hard work, and the hard work that you have put into dismantling your old self and making peace and space for who you want to become. This is a very auspicious time. And aligning with this goddess, Ange, we have the following. Sometimes life throws you a curveball and feels like you've been hit by lightning. Perhaps a romantic partner would betray you suddenly, and an illness strikes someone close to you, or a job falls through. The new employee turns out to be a dud, or the help you hire for that matter. Or you get a huge tax bill. No matter what the adversity, your task is to pivot and course correct according to the needs of the event. Even if you don't understand what's happening, don't second guess the synchronicity. Some things are not meant to be predictable, and certain detours will be exactly what you need. Divine timing works into that. Loss or bad news aren't the only options in any situation. You may have just been offered something you've always wanted, such as a proposal from a lover, a better job, or a chance to move. Your tendency might be to try and control the circumstances or worry you may not be prepared for the change. Lizzie reminds you that the great goddess will never give you more than you can handle. Your alignment task is to surrender what is in front of you. Surrender to, not surrender. Don't give it up. Surrender to it, so that acceptance piece is there as well. So it's good. Alright, thanks Ange. I always appreciated you coming and vibing out with us. As we continue on and on. There is no more break of dawn. We're in the deep space sectors now. The transformation for the world, the transformation for each and every one of us, the transformation of this little channel, the transformation of this little corner of the matrix is an exciting one, and I want to thank everyone who's remained subscribed and supportive to the channel through this transformation. We're listening to Nomadic XXL. We heard Be Honest. This jam is called Life of a Crook, and we're going to hear My All Nighter again by Nomadic XXL. 99.9, good vibes all the time. Aries up next. Alright, it's now time for a few cards for the sign of Aries and for Midnight Star. Welcome, Midnight Star. Thanks for being here. Aries. Ooh. Aries. Okay, this is quite interesting. And entertaining as well. I wanted to say entertaining, but interesting and entertaining. Look at Aries. You know, it's not that they haven't been affected, but you do. You see a little bit of turmoil. This is like rising up from the ashes. This is a Six of Wands card. Doesn't present very well. But Aries has pulled the Six of Wands, which is nice. It's a victory. Is also connected to the Sun card as well. So it gives that everything's going to be all right feeling. We just have to weather the storm. We just have to ride this out. I feel like this is sort of the viewpoint from Aries. But all the while being like, This is what I'm going to do. Next opportunity I'm given. There's King of Pentacles energy here. So could mean relations with earth signs, but more so when we look at the energy of Aries, this is about, making lemonade. When life gives you lemons, making lemonade. That's exactly what is the opportunity in it? Where's the strengthening? Where's the conditioning? And now how can I further apply that strengthening and conditioning despite all we've been through? How patient Aries has been asked to be. Some Aries, I feel, could have been on the precipice of big plans, big changes. And then all of a sudden, the world slowed down and the Cultural Revolution began. And now it's kind of like, what can we do to adapt? And not only what can we do to adapt but when we do adapt and when we are allowed to go full throttle, green lights go, how can we improve and what can we make better? And there's even financial or monetary gain in this. All for having the eyes on the prize. All for never leaving, I feel, this energy. Major Arcana 17, the star. I think it's 17. Yeah, it's still 17. It's still the star card. So it's about having that finalized goal or that final vision and being persistent in your imagination of that vision. So that's huge for you, Aries. These are resoundingly good cards. And I'm kind of, looking at whether it's next week, next month, the next should all be there. So nice. It's not like they present them to, there's not like gold laid at Aries' feet, but it's about an arrow or a clue that's pointing to a big pile of gold. They just need to take up the initiative and see how creatively they can get there. So it's kind of nice. All right. And a big shout out to Crafty Energies. Everybody, big supporter of the channel throughout the times. And Crafty, it'd be good to chat with you. Feel free to reach out and connect. And we can talk some shop. Gemini, Venus going direct into Gemini on the 25th, says Crafty Energies. But anyways, it's so nice to be reunited with all of you in the 99.9 family. We're going to continue on just enjoying our day and vibing out. We're about to hear a song called Party On, again highlighting the artist Nomadic XXL. Always, always fight for what you want, what you believe in. Don't let them silence you. Don't let them come for you. So what's next? Anyone out there in the ether? Must be time for a satsang, meditation. Absolutely, Rebecca. Absolutely. We still do that here. But it's for insiders only. No, I'm just so glad that you're spending time with me today while I kind of get up and running again. Alright, let's shuffle some cards for Rebecca. And thank you for the considerable contribution to the channel, Rebecca. We're gonna do a full spread for you. Spend some time here. Thank you so much. Little Nine of Cups jumped out of the deck. What is it? The sky is the limit and you can have what you want, be what you want. Absolutely. That was a song called Phantoms by Ian Locke. And while we shuffle and prepare our energies for Rebecca, we're going to hear a little song called Abigail by Asef Alion.
wish I had the world to give you, baby. I don't even have the time to tell you bedtime stories or to chase away the monsters from your mind.
369.
You know I can only get what I have. I'm sorry I was late today. I didn't get to see you dance the waltz.
Cutting your cards now, Rebecca.
Spinning around the living room all dressed up in your mother's clothes. Oh, you know I love her even when we fight. When I get home to you, I just will hold you and love hearing you calling my name. Here I am. I wish I had the world to give you, baby. I don't even have the time to tell you bedtime stories or to chase away the monsters from your mind. Oh, you know I can only give what I have. When I get home to you, I just wanna hold you and love hearing you calling my name. Here I am.
This is the Oracle card. You got 2. Alright, we just heard from Ian Locke with a song called Phantoms. And while all that was going down, I was pulling out Rebecca's cards. Big welcome back to Saruchi, and a big warm 99.9 welcome to Sungaya. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Happy Father's Day from Southern California. Alright, Rebecca. Back onto you. We got a reversal on a 7 of Wands here of the energies that you're pulling through or you're coming through. So there was either like a group of people or a set of circumstances that you finally stood in your power and denied. You said no to. You're like, I'm not wasting any of my energy on false fears anymore. So that's great news, actually, to see that card in that position. All right. And you are right in your statement about you being in an energy of manifesting right now, because the alchemist, the magician, number 1 major arcana was crowning this reading. All right. So this card lets me know that the time for planning, maybe, the time for process and planning may now be coming to a close. and the time for action. Definitely not reaction, but the time for like meditated action, attention, and the acting on intention is at hand. So this is why the manifesting is probably in synchronicity, giving you that environment and those glimpses into that environment, letting you know things, for everything from divine timing to what feels right, to what you can trim out, what you might be able to cut out. So that's really good. What's grounding your reading, or what is at the base of your reading, Rebecca, is a Queen of Pentacles. All right, I'll give you a close-up zoom shot of the Queen of Pentacles there, right? This is about an all business mentality. This is about all business action. I don't see you, even though with the environment, it's like there's no time for wasting time, and there's no time for procrastination right now. This is the messages that the Queen of Pentacles brings to you in the foundation of your reading. Yes, you can rest, you can relax, you can enjoy your life, you can have fun. But again, this goes back to nurturing and nourishing yourself and these ideas and these steps of completion. A certain amount of completion is about you. In 2020, we've got card number 20. This is the Judgment card, Rebecca. And this is crossing here the relationship card. Two of Cups came up as your central issue, the central query or the question, right? So this is about expression, and this is about commonality, and this is about the feeling you get when you're alone with that special someone, right? That person other than you, because sometimes it's nice to have another person that takes us away, right? Takes away from all your worries, all your troubles, that sort of thing. You can become lost in the moment with someone, right? But it's being crossed by this sort of ability to do so. And Judgment is an action card as well. It's a thing that happens. So we take it back to this energy that you've come through, Rebecca, where it's like, I'm not going to fight against false fears anymore. The false fears will linger, and they'll linger. You've been standing in your power, and you've been manifesting. But it's not like seeing this as like frenemy or enemy. This is something that it's a portion of yourself that always resurfaces, and it's not always the most comfortable thing. But when it resurfaces, it gives you a little bit of drive and a little bit of awareness about what to do next. And then the less you want to feel that way, what can you do today to feel less that way? But it doesn't seem to be like that big of a deal. This is just a 2 and a 20 in 2020. This is more about your part in the collective, and this is about, allowing yourself to be in the new energy without that part of you that like kind of tugs you back sometimes. It kind of says, either, and it doesn't like outrightly say it like you don't deserve it, but there's these inklings or these feelings or these apprehensions of like, well, maybe I shouldn't, maybe it's just not quite right. Never second guess the synchronicities, even if they seem like a little bit out of the blue or out of the ordinary. But again, you've got a card of travel, positive energy, a card of duality, again here in the Chariot. From here to there, from 0 to 60, going from point A to point B, and making haste, and have it, like the stick that he holds there, like have it be purpose driven and filled. You're not going to do a 180, but I do feel that you could shake off a lot of the things that create apprehension, that don't allow you to go full throttle. And again, we're all subject to it right now. Our whole macro environment of the mainstream is trying to instill fear. So maybe you're just like cutting yourself off even more from those thoughts and those feelings. And I'm sure you're doing a good job. There's nothing wrong with your cards here. But there's this part of me, because ultimately up on your hermetic staff, Mr. Hermes Trismegistus up here on the top end. It's like when you get the sense of feeling that something is fated, you have to be very quick to dismiss it and be like, no, it's not fated. It's synchronistic, yes, and it feels like it's like directing you down a stream, or that you may be pulled or being pulled, but there's this part of your mind, I feel, that it's like still somewhat fatalistic to the outside events, outside things. And it has a lot, there's a lot of this reading about like and it's not much you struggling, but you're being presented with the true nature of duality of this world, and it has something to do with your larger journey about, you know, taking 3 from 2 down to 1 so that you're seeing this fullness. Even while you're going through your manifesting properties. You know, this guy's rubbing his chin, the judgment card's here. I don't know. I just get this sense of second guessing and all the 2s here. So like many people in the population, Rebecca, deciding what to do next is going to be the big one. But the Queen of Pentacles at the base of your reading, and now the Knight of Pentacles is here, okay? He's here to remind you, like, slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady is going to get you there. And especially when it comes to like figuring out, I don't know, like it almost has something to do with like cost sharing, or, you know, wondering if I choose this versus choosing that, am I missing out? It's almost as if you can be persistent in your thinking. And I encourage you to be persistent in your thinking and your imagination for that proverbial ship to come in, no matter what's on it. Maybe it's a boat full of sailors, right? Or maybe it's just all of those things, or maybe it's a boat just to come to pick you up, to finally take you on a far distant land when you're feeling liberated enough in a monetary sense to go and do so. There's some, you know, there's a heavy pentacle presence up in this reading, even with the Magician card being there. And, you know, it's significant of time, but it can also be significant of cash money. You may be deciding to downsize or streamline even a little bit more. And you may have to take on more in terms of material based on family and based on what you're doing now. But no second guessing, okay? And this Hangman that's being here is a reminder that you've come through the fight before. You've told false fears to take a hike and to get out. All right. So now if they arrive again, don't allow them to accumulate them. Just sharply, just rebuke them like as they arrive, and so that your mind stays sharp and persistent to the imaginative side, to that end goal. Okay. And it's supported with your goddess cards here, Rebecca. You have Annie, there she is. What's in a name anyways? There she is. Okay, Rebecca. She looks all natural as well to me. But this is the goddess of adaptability, okay? See there of the crown chakra there, that reality that is presented through that persistence of goals. Adaptability is a good thing to have because you're going to need it. Because it's like you're living for more than just you and more than your ideas right now. So this is good. Remain adaptable, but don't become fated to your environment. Be adaptable in it. Okay, it's a card number 1. Just like Magician was crowning your reading, this is Goddess card numero 1, right? So keep manifesting and don't second guess it. Let go of any guilt. I don't care how subtle it is, how weird it seems, how old it is, how maybe it negatively affected somebody down the road or in the past. Let go of this stuff, hand in the jar stuff once and for all. And you could be seeing this in 2020. You know, when things begin to pick up and stuff becomes vibrant again, it'll pick up for you in a way where it's like you're going to feel like being super social, and the environment around is maybe going to be like, we need a little bit more time. But you also have the goddess of generosity. This is card 40, okay? This is Ocean. Let's just zoom in, hopefully. We can see her there. There she is. She's deep in space, but she's a goddess of generosity, because in terms of the Two of Pentacles, the Knight of Pentacles, and the Queen of Pentacles here, being here, right? This is about what you give coming back to you stronger than when you released it. So whether this is a person, whether this is a thing, or whether this is just, in past relationships, how generous you've been, and maybe you're being asked to be generous once again, be okay with that and be without judgment of that. Because when you're in that flow and when you let the material world fade away, much like you do with mainstream, mainstream ugliness, when you begin to let go on those levels, this is when it's like everything clicks. And then the manifestation takes on a deeper meaning, a deeper role, and a more significant results. So I think this is just the beginning of your manifestation. The Chariot card and the Star card are both here, right? The Star card a little bit more in the healing, right? So if your dream, your ultimate dream, the ultimate boats and the Two of Pentacles were to come in today, this afternoon, be persistent in immersing yourself in the feeling of that happening now. And that will definitely help you. And all the while, anything you can do to point others in the directions that you have found to be most successful, things will begin to cascade. They'll begin to waterfall. And then before too long, you will feel blessings, spiritual and material, around you so much that you're going to need to blast off to the moon, or finally go to that secluded beach and do your thing. You've got a long journey ahead of you, I feel, Rebecca, but you come at it with such an appreciative, dynamic, and aware energy that nothing's going to slow you down, except for those subtle fears that you've already defeated, that unfortunately they have this way of sticking around. You kick them out, you don't feel the weight of them anymore, but they are somewhat etheric too, and they do have that tendency to come back in from time to time, almost and it's usually marks when you're on the brink of something amazing, which is great. And again, it supports that Chariot card being there in your future. It's not just the cancerous that sounds bad. The Cancerian energy that's around you now. This is about that goal, or that I don't know, I want to call it an omnipotent success, that it surrounds you, that you are in a place where you won't be able to be anything but successful at the things that you do, as long as you're following the current path that you're on right now. The only thing that the card said is just kick the doubt out. Ain't no doubt about it. Get out and about, kick the doubt out, right? And that's all. So it's really good. And Rebecca, as far as people and good energies around you, it's definitely there, and it's definitely going to be supported for the foreseeable future. So thanks so much. It's always a pleasure to read your cards. And thanks for giving a shout out to the PayPal land. That was awesome of you. I appreciate your generosity and your contribution to the channel, because it is 99.9 good vibes all the time. And we're going to continue on as I take a gulp of water and a drink of air. And we'll be back momentarily. But not before I let you know this next jam is called Alkaline Bedtime by Phil David. Welcome back, Christina and Small Wildflowers. Thanks for coming in. I hope your battery does hold out, Small Wildflowers. We just read for Rebecca. And thank you for the super chat donation earlier, Small Wildflowers. I can put you on. We've been doing Goddess Oracle cards now, so I definitely would like to give you a nice direct message for that kind contribution. We're just going to chill for a minute though and listen to Phil David. next door to where I'm staying, there's a little girl. She's just about to turn 2, and it's nap time. So if you hear some pitter patter, titter tatters, it's nap time. It's always so sad when you're 2 to have nap time. Big warm 99.9. Welcome to Yvette. Hey, it's good to see you, Yvette. I'm well, thanks. How are you? Yeah, it's nap time. Draws for you, small wildflowers. I would like to. Happy Solstice, Yvette. So the goddess deck was being quite selective for small wildflowers. And interestingly enough, for you, Rebecca, too, you'll be able to go a bit deeper because she's here again in all her etheric glory, the goddess of generosity, Ocean. That's so amazing. So I'm going to go ahead and read for you the small wildflowers. And Rebecca, you may find that parts of this will resonate with you also. You guys said how it's 11:11 a.m. and p.m. All things were flowing with the synchronicity today and every day. Alright, hopefully the sound levels are good. I apologize if I'm not. You guys help me validate whether or not this is working or if it feels alright. Alright, but small wildflowers, the goddess of generosity, has an empowerment message for you. there is a universal law that centers on unrestrained generosity and flow. Ocean, the benevolent river goddess, the representation of nourishment, healing, fertility, and prosperity, reminds you that life herself has been given to you freely. You have been offered air to breathe, water to drink, food to eat, and shelter to sleep in. So it's your task to give freely of yourself, no matter how big or small the act, without expectation of receiving anything in return. The goddess ocean encourages you to allow gratitude to permeate everything you do right now, even the smallest of opportunities and gestures. The very experience of giving and being generous with your heart, your time, your money, your assistance, your kindness, and care will provide more value than you can imagine. And when you release all attachment to the outcome, you will be surprised to see how the good fortune you have bestowed on others comes back to you. Ocean reminds you this is a truth that has existed since time immemorial and will continue until the world's very end. It's not now. It's not a virus. We were here before the virus. And here's how we're going to align. Okay, here's how we can align. Sometimes you may fall prey to fears about whether you will get what you need. So you worry about things and you begin withholding. You may find yourself being overly restrictive. Do you know that if you cut off ocean's flow to potential when you allow yourself to be convinced that there is not enough? The truth is, when you begin to be miserly with your time, affection, and gifts, and you see little in return as you begin to notice what isn't there. Okay. It's time for us to notice everything. What I mean by that, I'm cutting that alignment message a little bit short because, man, Small Wildflowers and Rebecca even, you've been so generous in your support of this channel, so I appreciate that. But I wanted to break that reading off just because I'm inspired to go off script here a little bit and to go back into the synchronicities, right? They talk about when all things begin to flow, but there's like that hyper awareness right now that, you know, what you look at and what you hear and what your current thought is in any like snap given moment in time, it should be like a little firecracker that inspires like an aha, no matter how subtle or small it is, that it's just like, whoa. And for some, they experience it like deja vu. And for others, like that's just like a form it takes. But for others, it's just like hearing the right word at the right time while they were looking at the right thing while having the right thought. Okay, now that is synchronicity. That is hyper synchronicity that you guys all have access to. I know you do because you're here with us. Okay, so it's so awesome that many of you are coming into that at a more constant like when I say frequency, at a more constant intervals, right? They happen. So I could like jump on the mic and say a bunch of bad words, you know, and then one of you would stub your toe, right? So that's why I don't do it. You know, because the whole thing flows like as a giant beautiful splash of all over the cosmos. We don't have to understand it fully, but we should be immersed in what it feels like to be super conscious of the synchronistic flow that is now set to govern everything, okay? More so than the governance of a governing body, of a world government or anything like that. It's going to be heightened, lifted, and elevated above that. So your heart never need be troubled. You never need be worried, right? And it even sounds like so far gone from the troubles of today, but that is what it needs to be. Because if it's not, it's some other deluded idea that steps ahead as the proclaimed, undisputed, relative truth to the matter But I'm saying no, let it be yours, and let it be concurrent with the synchronicity. Okay? So that was for you, small wildflowers. Yeah, that's how it goes. I say bad words, you stub your toe, then you say bad words, then your husband bumps his head, then he says bad words, then the kid starts crying, then the newspaper boy turns to look at the fussing baby in through the window, crashes his bike into a mailbox, all the mail falls out, the wind blows it away, and the guy down the street never got that important check that he was waiting for, and therefore his day is effed. Right? So we're into these kind of things now. And it happens. You'll be driving along and you'll think a thought, and random words will come over the radio while you're looking at some particular sign, and that's that firecracker. That's that dinger that's just like, oh. And then all of a sudden, it may not be instant, it may not be dramatic, but all of a sudden it brings you back to the aligned energy for your life and for your ascension. So it's really good. Always. Alright. This is a groovy song, so I'm going to chill out now. Thank you. It's 99.9 good vibes all the time. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Saruchi, we're gonna get to you here. Right, Chicken Louie? Have an amazing day, Rebecca. Check back. I'm going for Father's Day dinner. And now that you've all helped me so much get over my hiatus return jitters, and the stream is working good, and this music is so awesome, I'll probably turn it on again a little bit later in the evening as we enjoy the sun riding high in the northern sky. That's not her. That's not her. She's there, but that's not her. Thanks, Midnight Star. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, they're secure. Everything's good. So I'm happy. Alright, Saruchi, here she comes. That is the goddess Luster. She is the goddess of new beginnings. Okay, Saruchi. So you're going to get a direct reading. I just got to find her in the guide. And then you'll be good to go. Just before we do that, though, I guess I should let you guys know, just because I love to. We just heard a song called Mother of All by Alone Ohana. Before that, we had Midnight Bounce by the London Art Gang, Get On Down by Morn, and we started off the set with Alkaline Bedtime by Phil David. All right, we're going to go ahead and read the goddess message now for Saruchi on this June 21st, 2020. It's 11:11. It's always 11:11. Saruchi, where are you right now? Where and you don't have to tell me if you're uncomfortable, but I thought I remembered you said you may be going, you may be staying. But here you go, Saruchi. And I want to know how you are. Not you, but the real you. Not the only you, but the real you. Here's your message, Saruchi. Let's go ahead and keep the good times rolling. Hope and new life are blossoming everywhere in your life right now, Saruchi, and there is something to celebrate. The goddess's store sings to you and assures you that your attentions have lain dormant long enough. She is appearing, bearing fertile power behind the coming of the spring. You may feel a surge of energy to implement your new ideas. You feel strong and capable of accomplishing so much at this time, as a sense of newness permeates your life. Fresh opportunities come out of nowhere and seemingly drop onto your lap. You feel a readiness as you are truly poised for success in whatever interests you. Allow for new experiences to be what they are by adopting the beginner's mind. You remain open to what life has to offer to you, and you will be so glad you did. Enjoy this wonderful time of new beginnings and welcome the gifts of this goddess and what she has in store for you. Alright, Saruchi, there was one line in there that really captivated and why I can feel that this will resonate. And it was that part about the beginner's mind. Sometimes when we spend portions of our life, whether large or small, refining, learning, progressing, enhancing, perfecting things, sometimes we hit roadblocks or we hit impasses where it's like I just can't feel like I can't get over this one hurdle or this one portion, this boulder in my path, as it were. So the beginner's mind is so important. Sometimes when you're in the process of refining and perfecting, like we talked about, the only way sometimes to progress is to go back into a mindset. It's almost like an emptiness of like, if I were to look at this problem today as a 6-year-old, or as if I had no prior knowledge of the subject matter whatsoever before this problem arose, what would be the first question I would ask myself? And what would be the supportive questions or the things that I would need to know in order to solve this problem? Because sometimes we lock ideas up there and we're like, I got it. It's under lock and key. You put it in the mental vault, the mental safe. And then when the time comes that you need that tidbit of information, it's hard to access because it's been learned and it's been in the safe so long. Gee, you might have even forgot the combination. So the beginner's mind is the one that says each and every day, especially if you go to the same coffee shop every day, or if you attend the same services or schools or work routinely day after day, the beginner's mind is an incredibly valuable asset to have in your repertoire of adaptable enterprises within your spiritual self, to be on the upside of like any problems or any impasses. And it might even be problems between two other people, but either you see it clearly or you see through one of them, or maybe you see through both of them because of that beginner's mind. There's no prior bias. Bias is a strong word. It doesn't imply that you're against it, but it's a bias because you know you have certain knowledge. You just can't access it right now, and it kind of leaves you feeling, well, without knowing of whether or not it's right or wrong, if it's contradictory, or whether it's helpful or mute or beneficial to the current situation, I have no way of knowing. So, going back into that 6-year-old, that 10-year-old's mind, you hand a 6-year-old, a calculus equation. What are they gonna say? Well, it spells cat or it spells dog, right? X minus 1 plus c squared, right? It's like, but it's for like the major life problems, and it is for the ones where I know that you have a good feeling and I know that you have good intentions. I just want to make sure that your mind is remaining as open as possible. And it's not only just for problem solving, it is to enhance what we talked about earlier about being aligned with the hypersynchronicities. But you can do it because this is a card. She is a goddess of new beginnings, right? And the new beginnings, they can be, every day can be a new beginning. A new beginning doesn't have to be like a major, life, death, rebirth cycle, or a major like life chapter ending cycle. A new beginning can be as simple as being somewhere that you normally are in your day 5 minutes earlier than normal. Oh, what the heck? Everything's different. So grab that creative control and acknowledge new beginnings on the subtle level when they occur in your life every day, or whenever you notice them. Acknowledge them, so then that way you kind of like keep a library of it, like a dream journal almost. You don't have to write everything down. But what I'm saying, when you say, people are like, oh, that's new, and then they just go on to the next thing. How about like, oh, that's new? Why is that? Is this the start of something? Is this something where, and what new activities, what new regimens and habits can you bring forward through some persistence and discipline in your own life so that you can commit to yourself? I'm going to have new beginnings in spirit on the inside. And then that way you'll begin to see the mirrored new beginnings in the environment. Okay, yeah, I'm usually in a 6-year-old mindset. So thank you, Saruchi. It's always a pleasure to have you. You're on study break. I'm supposed to be doing homework right now, but I'd rather spend time with you guys. 99.9, good vibes all the time. That's so true, Christina. It's like when I just need to say a 5-word thing. I need to say one paragraph, but then I just go full blowhard. make it complicated because of my own brain. It says it's okay though. It just triggers that beautiful synchronicity. And that was Lovers in Asia by Alan Ohana. Oh, and this is a little favorite ditty of mine. This is a song called Hook It by Dissiac. Much love, Suruchi. Thanks for coming. Drop in anytime we're open. Anytime the frequency is bumping. We had to be kind of quiet and a little bit far away in the light shifts as of late. There's been a lot going on around here. This quarantine planet. Pretend it's brand new. That'll help you in the next little bit. Just pretend whatever you're reading is brand new. Shout out to Rabbit Warren. Called the rabbit hole. How far down does it go? Special warm 99.9. Welcome to KC526. Love that name. Good stuff. Stretching is good for you. We just heard Hook It by Dissiac. And I believe we're going to continue on with the Dissiac. This is a track called Traffic. Hopefully you're not stuck in traffic on this beautiful June afternoon. KC526, first time caller, welcome to the program. This is the highly benevolent corner of the Matrix. 99.9 good vibes all the time, KC526. It's an open forum. Everyone here is really friendly. We don't bite. And if you got any questions for me or anybody else, just tappity tap 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 it in there on your clickety click 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 board. I like where your head's at, small wildflowers. It's so true. I so wish. I get to like fade in and out of it. I feel really lucky, really blessed. Sometimes I can leave it all behind. But not every day. Not quite yet. Not just yet. Still fighting that good fight. So happy and blessed for the time we have today. Awesome. Thank you so much, KC526. Thanks for letting me know. We'll go ahead. Is there anything specific? I've got an innate 78 tarot deck. We've also been doing Goddess Oracles today. So you let me know. You definitely have the power cosmic on your side and the attention of the reader.
The bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the pop, pop, the papa said, only the lonely, low. Said the bees in the pop, the
This jam is a bit more intense than the ones we've been listening to, but that's good. I just feel that pickup in energy. Alright, 526, that's fair. And that was a considerable donation. Thank you so much. So we're going to go ahead and do a full spread for you and an oracle card. We'll get it done. We'll get it done. And we'll see what comes out. We'll flow with that hypersynchronicity. Hermit energy is big and collective right now. You know, even with the lockdowns ending. You were here before the virus. It's your prana, not anybody else's. Alright, KC526. Gonna shuffle up your tarot now. Right after Shaker. You're right, Yvette. They are out there. But they're in their head. They are in their head. Hey, KC 526 5619 or 83 KC 526. Can you please type in your sign? What's your sign? Alright, KC. Gemini, Sun, and Moon. Double gems. Very cool. Very cool. Alright. First up, KC. You've got a Four of Swords happening here. So I want to talk a little bit about reflecting. And it means like, not like 10-year reflecting or 5-year reflecting, but like at bedtime or at meditation time. I think it would be beneficial if you can put the story of your life to rest when you rest, okay? I just get a sense of thoughts following you to your sacred inner space. And they're the thoughts that come at you from like every different direction. Some of them are old thoughts, but mostly it's about processing what is new in your life and what you make of it. I think actually it's almost as if like if today's issues, I don't know why I call them issues, but if today's events or if this week's drama or whatever's current follows you to bed and enters that sacred space and you don't want it there, I feel sometimes you want to entertain it. There's something to do here as well with your employment, okay? Or what you're doing with your time, with the people you work with, or the people that you may be forced to be around. Hopefully we're not on the borderline of like resentments or anything like that. Or if reminder, like if somebody has a problem with you, that's not your problem. That's their problem. And as far as like processing your dreams and purifying your actual dreams, you almost need to close a door and find a way to get rid of today's mental activity, I call it today's mental white noise, from accompanying you into that time and space that you set aside for yourself that's meant to be liberating. And it'd be good practice to do it each and every day. It's almost, I got a sense, we got a King of Cups reversed and the Hermit reversed here for you as well. It's almost like you're trying a little bit too much to make sense out of your expectation and your next footsteps, which is, it's good to have a plan, but you're in a place where I feel like you've been kind of very affected by others, and it's going to a level that, you know, you could probably, even just with some really cool new meditations or something, do your best to make more sense out of what's really important and being able to dismiss what is fleeting, what is just like coming in, serving as a distraction, and then as soon as you give it your attention, it's gone again, right? There's a Princess of Cups there. It's like the things that are like fascinating. It's like, why is it eating up all your time? Why is it taking away from, you know, you being at a point where I see you wanting to step up. I see you wanting to rise above. I see you wanting to make a significant shift and a significant change. But you're definitely in Gemini. You have a positive energy but sometimes the emotional side of you, KC, is like, it's overwhelming. It runs like a raging river, okay? Not necessarily rage, but it runs like white rapids, like full on. And I'm not saying that you have to dam up your emotions or you have to like put a stop to that. I just feel like you would feel more comfortable and content to address them in a more organized way. It would be like a return to temperance. It would be like a return to like a daily renewal or a sense of like fundamental bliss that you have access to each and every day, but sometimes you don't reach out and take the full of it because your mind is distracted and it's busy with these other things. Now, mind you, I do see other people in here, but a lot of this comes back to the center itself. So the one thing I want to say to you, Casey, is if somebody's got a problem with you, it's not your problem. It's theirs. Okay? I'm going to pull you one goddess card as well. Thank you so much. And thanks, Yvette, for sneaking that in there. I'm looking for a goddess card for KC526 now. So I'll let you know what else came up. 526. There was a reversal on a star and a reversal on a Princess of Wands. Okay, so that's about, what could be rewarded to you if you continue to recycle yesterday's garbage out of today's mind. Okay, and what that is temperance. And we got a reversal on a King of Pentacles. So, maybe it's the system. Maybe it does have something to do with employment or how you earn your money, but you can break free of that cycle. All right, Midnight Star, thanks so much for coming out. Like I said, I've got some plans coming up here in the next couple hours. We're going to shut the stream down, but I'm having so much fun and I'm enjoying this music and sharing with you guys so much that I might turn on a little bit later tonight. So join us if you can. You know us, it's always 11:11 at 99.9, so feel free to drop in anytime. Really. Ooh, this makes sense. Alright, this makes sense. And I'm sorry my ancient Greek is a little bit off. Hecate. She is a Greek goddess. Okay. She is a Greek goddess of the in-between. There she is, Casey. That's your goddess. She's there for you. Hi, Shada. Welcome. Big, warm 99.9 welcome to Shada. But we're going to give you a reading for this goddess, Casey. Just give me a minute. It's a number 19. It's goddess number 19. Not the dirty C word. It's a goddess. Goddess 19. Alright, KC526. You are standing in the liminal spaces between what was and what will be, who you have been and who you are becoming. The Greek goddess of crossroads and the in-between, Here, welcomes you to her domain and reminds you that neither place is your home. You're being asked to carefully choose the direction of your thoughts, feelings, beliefs, and actions. Now is not the time for hasty action or stubbornness, but a fierce self-inventory. Bless the past for what it has provided, and release all attachments to the stories of what was. Now is the time to understand the responsibilities required of you as you move forward into a new version of yourself that is yet unformed. Who do you want to become? What kind of life are you prepared to live? And how will you live wisely? And how will you wisely yield your power to co-create a new world beneficial for others? The magic of Hecate, my ancient Greek is off, I'm sorry. The magic of this goddess is pulsing through you and calling you to answer. Say yes and step into the unknown to discover what is not yet manifested. As soon as you do, the goddess will bring her eternal torch to light your way. And the alignment in that is this. There are times when you find yourself stuck between worlds, unable to go back to the way things were and afraid to move forward without knowing what you're facing. This indecision can be crippling at times, but you can't stay forever in the in-between. The goddess offers you sacred alignment task. Make a move. Doesn't matter if you stumble or fall. After all, you can course correct. Bring love to the part of you that is afraid and that has lost faith. Remember, you are never alone. The goddess will not abandon you in the dark or allow you to remain in the dark for long. Consider, as you move forward through life, the sacred challenge of trusting the magic that makes this world and your part in it, and sing it with meaning. Okay? And it is directly related to your tarot reading, right? 4 of Swords, 3 of Pentacles. Okay? That means you can't bring yesterday's garbage into today's mindset, because that leaves you in a state of limbo, just like the goddess is there to inform you. It's a protected place, don't worry. It's not to make you scared or insecure or anything like that. It's just saying, when you're ready, when you choose to move out of that or from that, it's going to feel great. Okay. I'm thinking of going there in my golden years to Greece. Go hang out on Kefalonia, or one of those small little islands. That'd be so sweet. All right. I see Yvette. We had another donation. Thank you, everybody, for your generosity. Thank you so much, 526. Appreciate that. You're always welcome here. Consider yourself part of the 99.9 family. We're kind of in collective is transformative. Individuals are transforming. The channel itself is undergoing some transformations. So thanks. Okay, yeah, small wildflowers. Stay safe. Keep that phone charged. Okay. Sometimes before I plug my charge cord in, I whip my phone with the charge cord. I just smash it. Okay, thanks, small wildflowers. Appreciate you all so much. It is 99.9. We'll just go into our library here and let you know where we are at. We just heard a song called Arkness by Marco Martini. Before that, we heard The Last Orbit by Mayak Thomas, Surfish by Disiak, and Shaker by Disiak. And as we move in, yes, have a beautiful week. Have an enjoyable day. Yvette, you're up next. I just got to step away for a quick moment. Enjoy the tunes, the melodies, and the chat with one another. I will be back in about 2 minutes, maybe 4. All right, Yvette. Thanks for being patient. Yvette says I have a connection with a Leo, and it's just talking, and it's been for the last 4 months. Any news? Any direction from Spirit? All right. Thanks for being patient. While we listen to The Himalayas by Ben Winwood, I'm going to shuffle up some tarot for you, Yvette. Yvette, can you type in your sign? I'm sorry, it's been a while, and I've forgotten. Okay, Yvette, your reading is strewn with number 2s everywhere. The central issue is a reversal on the High Priestess, okay? This lets me know it's like intentions have kind of been like sugar-coated. The connection, even though it's just talking right now, it seems as though there may be like a lack of substance of that. And what I mean by that is just like the conversation may be good, but it's very difficult, I feel, with this Leo to get down to the depths of what's real, and attempts to do so because the base of your wand is the Princess of Wands, and then the future energy is the Nine of Wands. So it's almost as if it's like you don't want to get too real with this Leo too quick, and rightly so, because he may have the position or the tendency to become defensive when asked to step out of his, like, Leo's comfort zone or his sort of bubble. He feels safe and comfortable with where you're at right now, but with all these 2s starting to pile up here, it's starting to make you wonder if you might be like putting too much energy into the idea of this, and other things maybe opportunities may be passing you by. But as far as like actually meeting, there's a lot of discussion. It's almost like you guys would make great investment partners or something, or you may have found some sort of like commonality when it comes to like wealth and commerce. There's like so many pentacles up in your reading right now that it's like I feel as though you both have the resources to take this thing to the next level if you wanted to sort of do the litmus test or test out that, you know, if the talking can become something more. But there's an apprehensiveness from both sides. The star is what's helping you or crossing you in this situation. So this is about actually like being apprehensive to go after what you would really like. And either you or the Leo may be putting added pressure onto themselves to like maybe break the mold and begin talking about this, or actually like following through with a level of inaction. Because other than the Two of Cups itself, and even the other two that's up with the High Priestess, the Two of Pentacles, they're really the only action cards that I'm seeing. If anything, I'm seeing like a lack of action. So you may need to find like a creative way to like guide a conversation so that it like instigates a level of openness to being able to take things to the next level, or to at least like take the chance to take the opportunity to see if something more substantial is there yet. Because, you know, there is this sort of maybe defensiveness on the Leo side or apprehension on your side to be like, I don't even want to like bring it up because I don't want them to run away. I don't want them. And your Leo may be actually even feeling the same way. But I mean, with the twos popping up, like if everything stayed the way it was today and we were to read for this in a couple of weeks, I feel like these twos would still be here, and there might even be some more additional twos. Like, you can let it stay in its constant state that it is now and allow the waters to become a little bit more settled so that you can see more clearly into each other's life. But remember, like in talking, whether it's phone conversation or text messaging, you don't get the visual, which communication, when we think about the importance of what we see, like seeing is believing kind of thing, without actually like being able to see the person in 3D, you know, we don't get the subtle nature of the feeling behind the words. You never do. And talking is great. So this, with the twos here, this is going to be up to you. I see that apprehension, but I also would like to say, begin to get creative in this conversation. See what areas you can dive deep into with this Leo that makes them feel a little bit more comfortable. So like, as well as you guys get along and as much as you have in common, and I feel like you spend a great deal of time talking to one another, or texting, or just in contact in general. There's a lot of time that both of you spend doing this. So you work well together. That's the message from Spirit, is that you work very well together. You would make very successful partners, okay? But there is apprehension standing in the way. The heart energy is guarded, just because, and I can't even really see why that is, like that the heart energy is guarded. But it could be the fact that Leo is Leo, and Leo is karmic, and Leo will never maybe ever really show you the fullness, due to the fact that it's more of an inquisitive thing for your own life. Like, it's very interesting. They can be very guarded, you know. When they're up, and when they're down, and when they're neither halfway up, they're neither not up nor down. And that's kind of like they like to stay there. But it can be very passionate. It can work very well together. It's just about bridging that distance or bridging that gap. But you're going to have to do it slowly and in a way that's creative and in a way that's favoring comfort for both of you. Not just him. Don't just cater to the Leo's level of comfort. It's got to feel comfortable for you both. And if it doesn't, what I would say to you, Yvette, is you can say, you know, because this Two of Cups and this King of Pentacles is here, it's like you may want to evaluate your time to be like, why are we talking all the time about only, you know, surface level stuff? You know, why can't we maybe have fewer conversations that are more substantial? And maybe by adjusting your availability, you can create a sense of substance to the future conversations with this Leo that could also creatively lead into a more of an opening up, because it's like that level of being open, but is it truly being open? I still get those hints of like defensiveness and just like guardedness, right? So yeah, keep on keeping on, and keep throwing ideas out there, creative ideas. If you can find something as a commonality with your Leo that is inspiring enough to both allow you to get over those humps or those fears and get your schedules together, I do see a good possibility of you meeting this person and things actually really working out quite well, because you've got Two of Pentacles at the crown of the reading and at the top of the Hermetic staff, Two of Cups at the top of the cross, Two of Pentacles at the top of the Hermetic staff, right? So this is like your ships coming in regards to relationships. This can happen for you. There's a good chance that you can meet and actually have something, but cultivating the substance is what is not happening now, and that's what kind of is like, the longer you leave it simmer, the less likely you are to go out and run and play somewhere else. And you may even be evaluating that a lot at this time of it, where it's like, how much energy am I really dumping into this thing, and how much else am I really missing out on at the present time because of your investment in this? But you'd make great partners. It's almost like this Leo is someone you could start a business with and it would be successful. Okay, so there we go. I hope that helped you with some messages of that. Be creative. Sometimes it's tough for a Leo to think creatively. They love to be creative, but sometimes it's tough to get them on that path. Alright. 99.9, good vibes all the time. I'm having such a good time being with you, all of you today. It's fantastic and wonderful. While we were on that reading, we heard a song called Elm Street by Duff Music. And before that, we heard The Bangra Bang by Yavini. And we are currently listening to a song called Open Road by Be Still the Earth. Big warm 99.9 welcome to Eve and Shada. Sometimes when I'm in a reading, and Robin's too, 99.9 welcomes Robin's Realms readings, everyone. Beautiful place to go. Sometimes when I'm into these readings, I don't see all the messages that go by. But thank you to those who have come today. Hope you're feeling some good energies, some good vibrations, some good frequencies. Just yell at me some more if I miss your comment in the chat. Absolutely. there's anyone I missed, if there's anybody that wanted to get my attention, it is a good time to do so. Perhaps Christina would like a reading from an oracle card. Christina, if you'd like an oracle card, just give me a thumbs up on the chat or anything. A yay or a nay. It's so nice to see all of you today. It's absolutely fantastic. That was Nameless by a band called When Mountains Move. And now for something a little more funky. Well, then we'll wake them up, Christina. All of these amazing artists are available on Artlist. And I got a music license so that we can listen to them while we broadcast. Alright, you got it. Wow, that was fast. Slipped out the side. Number 14. There she is. It's Epona. Pony, Epona. Moni, Pony. Goddess of leadership. And we read for Aries earlier. She's number 14. I'll get the guide ready for your reading, Christina. She's nice. She's got the war paint on. And like the cosmic power in her hands. It's really cool. Okay, Christina, here we go. Stepping into the world with a sense of surety and positive self-worth is what's called for now. The Celtic Roman horse goddess Epona is a goddess of leadership and guidance. She offers you her wisdom. Know that you have what it takes to heed it. You can do anything you place your attention on, and you'll find it easy to accomplish what's needed for. Whether you're aware of this or not, the way you manage your accomplishments and even the way you handle failures and losses is modeling the way forward for others. There is a wisdom growing within you. Being true to who you are and placing integrity and humility equal to enthusiasm makes you a wise leader indeed. It is one that Epona is so proud of. Pony! They named the pony after this goddess. So what stood out to me there, Christina, is humility equal to enthusiasm. That's one I personally struggle with. But for you, it seems as though this is sort of like your natural state. This is your innate ability. You can stay calm while giving off that enthusiastic vibe. You know, in essence, that the secret of comedy is knowing when to quit. And the secret to tragedy is understanding when to reassure people of the amazingness of the transformation that results as any sort of tragic occurrence or things that have slowed people down. You are a guiding light to others, and I think that card for you was a real reinforcement card. It was one to say you're you're based in that. Those are your innate qualities. That is your natural state. So allowing that to shine, not for others, but for you to give yourself one of these every once in a while, it's important to like keeping that energy fresh. Like when you wake up in the morning and you make your bed and you brush your teeth and you're like, okay, now I'm awake and I'm ready and I've already got 2 serious tasks taken forward. It's like renews the energy of the day. It's kind of like that same thing for you is when you acknowledge and pat yourself on the back for those accomplishments in that balance of humility with enthusiasm. It's like you re-energize, you reintegrate the positivity of those thoughts in through your prana, so then it comes down and it's like one of those things where the light begins to shine brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter, and then until it goes supernova, and again you become rewarded and the cycle begins again. Not that you get rewarded, but you get the reward of seeing a milestone or an achievement of somebody that you may have mentored or coached, either directly or indirectly. So Epona's good for that. Keep riding on. Ride on, Dixie Cowgirl. I don't know. Who writes this stuff? I'm not sure if it's the music that's put people to sleep. It could be my energy. I'm definitely running on like reserves, you know. Got a lot going on. But it's so nice for you to be here, Christina. It's good to see everyone again. And it's okay to fall asleep. I might do it. Oh, yeah, anytime, Christina, anytime. All right, we're going to slip into a little bit of a sad song. Just good vibes, good tunes. Do what you gotta do. little jam was called Paradise Vibes by the London Art Gang. Before that, we heard Sober by Panthlab, and a little ditty called Doodah by Ian Post. But now, just for a treat, because I want to, we're going to do a reading from Colette Baron-Reid, and it's just going to be a little bit of background on the oracle card readings we've been doing today. And if I put you to sleep, then take a nap. All right. It begins like this: The Goddess Calls. And this is Colette Baron-Reid now. In October 2017, I was having one of those wondrous periods of creative channeling, bringing oracles to life that I'd been hoping to work on for years. While talking to my publisher about different themes that I might feel drawn to, they suddenly brought up the idea of a goddess oracle deck. Before I said yes, however, I knew I'd have to give it some careful thought. After all, I had not been attracted to any goddess-based oracles I'd seen up until this point. Wishing for one that better reflected my language and the current state of the global shift in a psycho-spiritual and social experience. As I gave the idea of the new deck the consideration it deserved, it occurred to me that the mystical, the magical, the numerous quality of life was still in the domain of the fierce and creative feminine aspect of the universe, which was once defined as the goddess. My forehead began to tingle every day, bringing to mind old memories of the sign of the blue moon I'd paint on my face as a child while I told my mother I'd be a priestess or a nun one day. So this offer made me think, perhaps the great goddess wanted more from me now. Because of the changing landscape within the dialogue regarding women's rights, women's issue, the misuse of patriarchal power, I began to feel a strong calling to express the theme in my work. We all need to heal, and my intention around saying yes to this deck would support women while also holding a space for inclusivity that moved beyond the limitation of gender labels. I feel this is deeply needed at this time. We need to reweave the feminine into the masculine to find a new collaborative paradigm. In order to serve the true essence of what this oracle could mean to the modern user at any specific time, I needed to look further into the far ancient past. I needed to find what had been lost. The ancient systems of divination were the domain of the first peoples of the earth and the creation of the goddesses that they worshipped. Make no mistake, oracles began with women. They originated as a means of understanding our relationship with the consciousness of the goddess, our personal experience of being alive and part of nature. Oracles are sacred tools made to help us connect, to understand and navigate the invisible world that influences human events. Today, oracles used for divination still serve us in the very same way. So that was pretty cool. Little intro. And we'll keep on rolling. Got about an hour and a half before I gotta go today. Oh my goodness. Jumping in the air with fireworks all around them. Oh my goodness, Christina. Thank you so much. That is so super generous of you. Very cool. I like treats. Treats are good. And thanks to everybody that supported today. Definitely helping to cover the cost of the music. And we're going to keep downloading more songs as we go. And thank you everybody that stayed subscribed and stayed with us while the channel has been transforming in its metamorphosis. As we all kind of have gone through this little individual metamorphosis in a very collective sort of way. Very groovy. I like the little fox jumping up and down. It's very awesome. Right now we're listening to a tune called Laid Back by Skygaze. Before that, we heard Paradise Vibes by the London Art Gang. Well, thanks, Christina. That means so much to hear that from you. And I mean, your support of the same community, of this chat room and others of our friends and networks is paramount as well. So that's fantastic. That's fantastic. And just one-on-one, Christina, like, my life has been so, I called it a train wreck earlier, but it's really not that dramatic. It's just I've been like very, very busy progressing through the physical career changes that have been going on in my life. So above all things, I just want to thank everybody that's continued to stay with me just for their patience and for being so awesome. I think maybe so, Christina. I think I've gotten glimpses. And I think like returning from hiatus to here will help immensely. But yes. One of the biggest glimpses I got this summer was waking up with the birds. I was a sleeper inner for many, many years. And now I've been forced out of my bed, 4:30 a.m., 5 a.m. So that's been a positive newness to me in a way that I'm able to experience the physical journey right now. And how are things, Christina, for you and your community? Have things gotten easier down there? I know you guys were doing very well all along. I hope to see the new awareness grow in communities in a very benevolent way, so that it kind of can offset the shakeups and sort of the weirdness of the mainstream hypocrisy. We're gaining ground, but I feel like we just kind of had to like bide our time a little bit and let these kind of weird powers play out. Also, Christina, if you have the Google Meets, I would love to have you come on in a podcast format sometime. I think would be really fantastic. That's beautiful. It has been tough. We rely on expression, freedom as catalysts to our spiritual well-being. It's been tough when so much is going along that seems to try and limit that. And it's hard to step outside those lines. For everybody, but definitely for some. So helping out where you can, that's huge. I think I understand what you're saying. That empathy can sometimes override the common sense from teaching someone to fish rather than just giving them fish. And it's funny you mentioned support, because with your goddess card of wise leadership, support is kind of the unsung hero. People don't often think of support as being led. It's more of like a push from behind, or the encouragement of the support. But done in the right way, support is a very effective leadership style. We just listened to All Good Vibes by Rafi B. Levy. We got about a half hour left on this afternoon's program. I think we're going to come back later tonight, and the vibe might be a little bit more upbeat rather than relaxed. but we'll see. My hope was to be able to say hi to as many people as I could today, so I'm hoping that the good old 2-slot program, 2 time spots, will help catch everybody and just let them know that the plans to be back, they were kind of slow and steady, but we're here. We're not going anywhere. Our corner of the matrix is still ours, and we can do that. Yeah, I think so too, Christina. I just mentioned Google Hangouts because then we could put the audio up on the channel, and we don't even have to be on camera. We could just engage in a conversation with the chat room and with one another. If we schedule it out and get a lot of enthusiasm, I would love to make that happen. We can talk via Instagram, maybe after a week or two of getting established. Well, maybe not even a week or two, but sometime in the very near future, when it works out for us, we can do it, and we can make it an amazing segment or portion. It would be awesome. And if you have G Suite, if you have a Google account, Google Meet is as simple as hitting a button, and we can just do it through the legendary Love Tribe email. I'll just send you an invite. All you have to do is click yes, turn on your microphone, and we should be good to go. But yeah, in a few days or in a week or something, we should definitely, that would be a great idea. And for all you in the chat room that are just vibing out and not chatting, that's very cool of you. But it is an open forum. Jump in here at any point. Any questions, comments, concerns, ideas, dream sharing is our current vibe. Just say hello and be welcomed in to this little family we have in this little corner of the matrix where we support our benevolent ideas for cosmic wellness. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll set an intention for that to happen, and I can let you know, during the week, I'm usually available from 1 Pacific till about, I would say 7 p.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Pacific, so I guess that would be 4 Eastern till about 7 Pacific. Most weekdays. Weekends are a little bit more hit and miss. Yeah, community's good. I'm in full gypsy mode. I've got 3 safe spaces that I've been rotating between. But while I'm working, this one that I'm in today has been good, but every time I have a chance to get out of the city, and go out into nature, I do. Because community around here is a little bit shook. There's no civil unrest. There's some mild protests without the violence, but the plague, there's still a lot of fear around the so-called plague. So that's just affecting everybody in their own way, which is kind of it makes it very confusing because everyone has a different level of reaction to what's going on, I think. So it's taken away from my comfort of the way I used to walk through town, I guess you could say, or be out in the social end of things. But the community is good. I would say my community has been staying in touch with the people that I've been learning with while I've been back in school. So, yeah, it's kind of neat. And all of this online homework, it's way too much. So my community's definitely been through, like, I've taken on a new mentor when it comes to my learning, so that's been really cool. And most of the people that I've met lately have been much younger, things of that nature. A lot of the other time I spend on the open road just being as friendly as I can be to every other being I meet. As far as like community, like going out and engaging in that way, it's tough because there are a lot of diluted ideas around there which, they get some traction, the people in the community, but they're just, it's not really like, it's not that it's not profound enough, it's just not that it still caters to mainstream, I guess you could say, and I feel like I'm just way too out there sometimes, It's another reason why I was the timing had to be right to come back in and open up this safe space again, I feel. But I'm glad. It's like a weight's been lifted on my shoulders to turn on the live stream again, so it's nice. And you know me, it doesn't matter which way it goes, as long as we're getting happier and healthier and more imaginative along the way. For sure. What a challenging time, right? And collectively, everybody having to go back down and check back in to that root. I think so. It's very relevant. It's very relevant.
Tabaco para limpiar, tabaco para organizar, tabaco para purgar, tabaco para sanar. Es el abuelo tabaco, es el humo del tabaco. Se perfilando, va dibujando, es el humo del tabaco, es el humo del tabaco, tabaco para limpiar, tabaco para organizar, tabaco para purgar, tabaco para sanar, es el abuelo tabaco, es el humo del tabaco.
Welcome, Citron. Thanks for dropping in. It's awesome of you. Thanks for being here. I'm liking the Instagram posts. It's good to see those smiles and all that happiness, Citron. Awesome. I like that how everybody that drops in is so confident and level-headed as to how awesome they can be to get things back to being awesome. Citron, it's just been Christina and I chatting for a little while. Lots of the tribe, lots of the subscribers were here a lot earlier, and appreciate everyone that stayed subscribed and contributing to the channel throughout my hiatus. Thanks for your patience, Citron, and for everyone too. We're a bit of a metamorphosis, and even though I have to go out and have Father's Day dinner, I think I'm planning on being back on again in a later time slot later this evening. So it'd be great to catch up, Citron, because I noticed you were making Patreon payments even though I wasn't putting out new videos. So I definitely would love to get some cards out for you at the earliest, for sure. So, in case you were curious, that song we just listened to was Spinex by Latinia. Before that, we heard Discovery from Del Noah. Napolis by Kadar Demur. A little ditty called Tobacco by Diesmo. And to start off the set, we had a song called Fauzi by Spoon G. We're about to listen to a song called Midnight Rain by Cameron McKay. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're enjoying the vibes. We got about a half hour left of programming left for this afternoon, and then we'll be back on later tonight. Happy summer solstice, everybody. Absolutely, Christina. Have a good evening. And yeah, we'll hope to be back a little bit later tonight after I'm well fed and settled down, and we can do all this again. Citron, let me know. We were kind of talking about, like, how are things in your community? How are things where you at? Is everything, like, vibing okay? We were just wondering, like, earlier our conversation was about, like, how the inner energies have been affected by, like, the civil unrest and the plague, and then how you've had the time and we've all kind of been individually, like, adapting and adjusting our energies, and now we're starting to emerge again. So hopefully we're going to see a shift in the environment back into that which is more prosperous for all. Just wondering how you and yours are.
Welcome back, Sungaya. Good to see you. We only got about 10 minutes left. We were just wrapping up with a few last tracks and chatting with Citron. Came in late, but that's okay. So what's going to happen is my boy is taking me out for a Father's Day dinner, so I'm going to go do that. But the plan is to be back a little bit later tonight and continue on where we left off. All about those daily inspirational words. Yeah, I think with the big culture shift going on right now, I think this platform, even though we had to evolve it a bit, I think it's going to continue and we can hit a good stride again. Absolutely, Citron. I discussed that with Christina. We're gonna plan for her to come on the show through a Google Meet and start having you guys come on and chat, whoever wants to. I know not everybody wants to, but yeah, definitely starting in on that podcast idea would be huge. I think even just starting it here and seeing what other platforms maybe we can get it out on as well, like a simulcast, would be really fun to do. Absolutely, Sungaya. It would be a pleasure to pull a card or two later tonight for you. Can't wait. We got about 5 minutes left, and then I've got to bounce. Citron, thank you. This is kind of like the chat I needed to have today. I had very amazing chats with everyone, but I feel like this was the one I needed. So we're currently listening to a song called Free Radicals by Stanley Gurvich. Before that was Dreams by I Am a Fowler. And then before that we listened to Planet Legacy by Roman P. All of these artists I've got a music license from Artlist, so we could kind of up the content. And after this track, we're going to hear one called The Racer by Tristan Barton. And with that, we will probably end the stream for a few hours and then come back. Yeah, and outsourcing the shipping. That's not a bad idea either. I know everything can just be done remotely nowadays. I picked a weird time to do a career change while trying to foster an entrepreneurial endeavor and being committed to you, the community. So it's all about that balance. But thanks for staying in touch, Citron, and let's continue. Let's continue. I finally just found out a way to get uncensored TV from America. It's so strictly regulated up here, we're not even allowed to see what really happens down there. But I found a way through my Xbox to actually get some real-time TV from the States. I'm sure we could hack into this thing and find a great way to do it all. And the hiatus, even though I need them, man, it feels like we took one step back, and that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, special thank you to everyone who stayed subscribed while we went through the change. And while we're still going through the change. It's such a treat to see everyone again, though. Everybody who made it through. Everybody who's still with us. I'm looking forward to tonight as well. I think it'll be a different time slot. My goal and intention was to see and say hi to everybody. And then to adopt like a little bit more of a routine schedule again. And hopefully, like with the new format, it'll get away from the things that would burn me out. And like you say, create that dependency. The wisdom is in the room. The wisdom is always in the chat room. I just felt it was a time to be quiet as well, while everybody had so much to say. All these experts, activists, mainstream hypocrites. I just felt it was a good time for me to stay silent, to listen, to learn, to observe. We'll be back. All right. So just a couple words from our sponsors, and we will be out for a few hours.
At Akio, we've been making the best in mobile phones for over 20 years. How did we get there? By putting ringtones in every commercial that make you think your phone is ringing. Whether you have a new phone, an old phone, or just leave it on vibrate, we make sure you always hear your phone in our commercials. It's our way of saying, we hear you. So don't be silenced when opportunity calls, pick it up. It's for you. Akio Mobile. At Banhammer Bank, we want you to trust us with your money. Because it's with your money that we can make you more money. How? It's not funny business, it's money business. You give your money to us and it will grow with interest. That's the plan, at least. Maybe that's too complicated for you. Imagine planting a money tree in the ground and watering it. Hold on. Imagine if you had a money pet and you fed it more money, and after digesting it would... Okay. You want to go money fishing, so you use a little money to catch a big money. You know, just come in and talk to us. We have even more metaphors that allow us to avoid saying what we really do with your money. Banhammer Bank. Feed the money monster. Say cheese, it's Cheese Week at Big Bite Burgers and Fries. All this week, in addition to our regular menu, try our all-you-can-eat signature sides, like our famous bowl full of melted cheese, served steamy and bubbling. It's the bottomless chubbler. Or our New Orleans-inspired pork sandwich, the Pig Cheesy. And our signature flagship, the spicy blue cheese-topped jalapeno cheese blucher. So hurry in and get them while they last. After all, why take a little bite when you can take a big bite?
Coffee, fuel of the modern economy. The age-old Italian tradition of burning beans and drinking the bitter bean juice. At Burn Bean Coffee, our environment is perfect for all of your work needs. There's no better place to be distracted than the Burn Bean Coffee Shop and Cafe. Our coffee technicians are trained to make a variety of coffees and sugary coffee-themed drinks just as you like it, all while generally making more noise than anyone could reasonably ignore. So drink up and let the productivity flow. Sippy sip coffee fans, Burn Bean Coffee. Get it while it's hot. Due to recent court actions, we are required to warn against the drinking of hot coffee.
All right, that is it for us for a little while. I hope you've all enjoyed, and we'll see you again in the very near future, i.e. really soon. Special thank you to Citron, to Christina, Small Wildflowers, everybody that donated today. We're dwindling off the stream here, but we'll be back in just a little while. Take care. We're just about to sign off, Rebecca. Thank you so much for being here today. We're going to be back in a few hours. All right? Take care, everyone.